Sing, you motherfucker. Inbound, outbound. Wish I could see where they land. Split the screen, dude. Put one of your fucking guys on the other side. Some people have to learn the hard way. There's no way. Hard way. Yeah, it's a song. Oh, that's the fire. Maybe they're gonna set their own shit on fire before they take it. That's what I would do. It's like watching fucking, it's like 1993 again. George W. Bush. Sputnik. What a fucking name. You want to fucking troll. What the fuck, dude? It's an odd win. Nobody fucking wins. See what happens when you let the cabal fucking run your shit, dude. Lake Michigan is part of the rotted out corpse of Osiris. Consider his body size. Just think as the lake size of Michigan as his abdomen. His what's that bone called? From the hips. The hip bone connected to the backbone. You know the song. Fire one, dude. Fire one. Oh, there it goes. There. It ain't even worth having it if you can't stop it. Can't take what I don't have. You want to find hell in me? I can show you what it's like. Being sick, mother. Can I get 5 booms? Boom, 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 boom. Get that Holy Wars. Hanger 18. I know too much. I've seen too much. This is about ready to happen. One. Takes that long to reload. The fuck is that humming? Are you sitting next to a fucking compressor? Or is that all? It's not airplanes. Flush them out, dude. Use the water like Hercules. Regular fucking bunker holes. Fucking regular bunker holes, dude. Sound like two heavy. It's like looking at the buzzing sound of the ether. What's up, Putin? You ain't phoning them enough? Promissory notes. We did a 5-5. read the book of Sophia, you know Sophia is the son, and the snake and the first mother. Lucifer isn't the sun. Satan doesn't roll over the earth, dude. It's a fucking lie. Well, I do believe it is a fucking tomb. And all that you see is demon seed. Oh, great Lord. Why you put so much burden on me? Why do you wish to send your demons at me? Why must you train my soul the way you're training it? This is how a real commander-in-chief would sit and rule over his fucking kingdom. Just like it would be like looking into the looking glass. Guess that would be the firmament. Maybe that stick is his fine tuning. Ooh, that motherfucker just blew up. It's like fucking aliens. Dude, I'm in tears to see where the world is. I wake up in pain. I go to sleep in pain. So you already started aiming at the master builders. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. uh, I let your daggers fucking slice my throat. You will fuck. Because when I come back, I'll come back more powerful. You know I'm coming back. That's okay, I need to get a spare battery anyways. It should be hooked up to a maintainer, but it's not. I got one. Quick engines maintained. What does it look like? Dioid, a power cable, and two fucking prongs. See the diode. I see a problem. I see an extension cord. I see a pile of wires. And a bladder full of piss. I should have told you. So, but now you must go. You know my ass is cold. Big fat and bold. Your next move is already told. The whole only God knows. Thought you was a rapper. Ah, you're a big crapper. That's a clapper. Right on. Right on. You know what that means? Or not. Tears of joy. May the tears of joy rain upon all the good men of the Lord. May salvation be with you all that take the mark of the Lord. Lord, provide safety to all your children. Those that not. Is that Morse code? Tick tock. start warm. Oh. Hey, sorry, I had to answer the phone. I'll give it to her. Hopefully she'll. One less flush. Plus, I get to get them back while the shipment and make them smell like piss. I took the reins, I within, to be free from sin. Same and calm. Take my hand, grain of sand. Team, are you fighting UFOs? Those are inbound, I bet. Is that your Iron Dome working? Is that your missile defense? Weaken their fucking defense, dude, as much as you can. Deplete them all of their ammunition. That fucking flipper sounds like a trigger. Awaken their fucking Manchurian candidates. Or sleepers. the name never belonged to you for me to take from you. That's what I had for response to your video. That's what God called a certain race of people. I believe they were the Russians or the Germans. One of the descendants of the Anunnaki. The true Aryan brothers, not the ones of today. I don't know what the ones of today are. But white men come from the fallen angels. What the fuck turned off for, dude? Okay, I got my volume on. You got your volume on? We've been here before, haven't we? What is this, a remote location? A tower? Okay, I know you got your fucking volume on. You tried to shake me off, didn't you? Yeah. Steady platform. Sounds of battle. Copyright free. Some sort. The art of war. Any enemy of my enemy is my friend. And let my enemies battle each other to weaken them out. The only ones when they're weak. That's right. Never read the book. I just know the art. Yeah, I'll help you see it a little bit better. But just in that video, I don't have copyright permission. Fuck it. Let's do it. Make it a 5-5. Fire 5 at him, dude. Watching the wrong screen. Oh, and we can have delays too.
Are you still researching Medicare online and shopping for Medicare insurance? Well, at some point you're going to have to work with a licensed agent. Insurance provider.
Well, since I don't pitch the ticket out on right now. Guess the next greatest joy to get revenge. You should never brought your attention to me. You should just ignore me, leave me alone. But I'm gonna run out of weed pretty soon. Okay, that's two maybe. See that angels over your city battling. Look into the
And
future.
you break iFix. We diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed.
Like, give me the power. Like, trying to hide the name of God. Trick this with your folder. Have them send your angels down. Send your demons upon the earth.
Tonight, I'll be eating a falafel wrap with sweet potato fries.
Over. The AI knows what I want. The Art of War, battle music, copyright free. have the ashes. Let's see that Tracy Cooper. I started receiving. So I really focused as a boom, so you know. Having took his legs. You don't have that much control here. There's lots to operate with the community. That's one thing I know. You must be able to must get there. Remember they shut me really smart. Put your multicasting. You're doing more than one. Okay, I'm back, Jack. Who was that? I remember 5 years ago. You don't know math, Jack. You don't know math, Jack. What do you know about math, Jack? It's actually a real subject, math, Jack. Mathjax. Math, Jack. One word. Oh. Burping contest.
To find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Translated by Lionel Jones. Part 1. Laying Plans. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war is of vital importance to a state. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it's a subject of inquiry, which can on no account be neglected. The art of war, then, is governed by 5 constant factors, to be taken into account in one's deliberations when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. These are 1. The moral law, 2. Heaven, 3. Earth, 4. The commander, 5. Method and discipline. The moral law causes the people to be in complete accord with their ruler, so that they will follow him regardless of their lives, undismayed by any danger. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness. By method and discipline are to be understood the marshalling of the army in its proper subdivisions, the graduations of rank among the officers, the maintenance of roads by which supplies may reach the army, and the control of military expenditure. These 5 heads should be familiar to every general. He who knows them will be victorious. He who knows them not will fail. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to determine the military conditions, let them be made the basis of comparison in this wise. 1. Which of 2 sovereigns is imbued with the moral law? 2. Which of the 2 generals has most ability? 3. With whom lie the advantages derived from heaven and earth? 4. On which side is discipline most rigorously enforced? 5. Which army is stronger? 6. On which side are officers and men more highly trained? 7. In which army is there the greater constancy both in reward and punishment? By means of these 7 considerations, I can forecast victory or defeat. The general that hearkens to my counsel and acts upon it will conquer. Let such a one be retained in command. The general that hearkens not to my counsel nor acts upon it will suffer defeat. Let such a one be dismissed. While heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. According as circumstances are favorable, one should modify one's plans. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Hold out baits to entice the enemy. Feign disorder and crush him. If he is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. If he is taking his ease, give him no rest. If his forces are united, separate them. Attack him where he is unprepared. Appear where you are not expected. These military devices, leading to victory, must not be divulged beforehand. Now the general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple ere the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes but few calculations beforehand. Thus do many calculations lead to victory, and few calculations to defeat. How much more no calculation at all? It is by attention to this point that I can foresee who is likely to win or lose. End of Part 1. Part 2. Waging War. Sun Tzu said, in the operations of war, where there are in the field 1,000 swift chariots, as many heavy chariots, and 100,000 mail-clad soldiers, with provisions enough to carry 1,000 li, the expenditure at home and at the front, including entertainment of guests, small items such as glue and paint, and sums spent on chariots and armor, will reach the total of 1,000 ounces of silver per day. Such is the cost of raising an army of 1,000 men. When you engage in actual fighting, if victory is long in coming, then men's weapons will grow dull and their ardor will be damped. If you lay siege to a town, you will exhaust your strength. Again, if the campaign is protracted, the resources of the state will not be equal to the strain. Now, when your weapons are dulled, your ardor damped, your strength exhausted, and your treasure spent, other chieftains will spring up to take advantage of your extremity. Then no man, however wise, will be able to prevent the consequences that must ensue. Thus, though we have heard of stupid haste in war, cleverness has never been seen associated with long delays. There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. It is only one whose thoroughly acquainted with the evils of war that can thoroughly understand the profitable way of carrying it on. The skillful soldier does not raise a second levy. Neither are his supply wagons loaded more than twice. Bring war material with you from home, but forage from the enemy. Thus the army will have food enough for its needs. Poverty of the state exchequer causes an army to be maintained by contributions from a distance. Contributing to maintain an army at a distance causes the people to be impoverished. On the other hand, the proximity of an army causes prices to go up, and high prices cause the people's substance to be drained away. When their substance is drained away, the peasantry will be afflicted by heavy exactions. With this loss of substance and exhaustion of strength, the whole people will be stripped bare, and 3/10 of their income will be dissipated, while government expenses for broken chariots, worn-out horses, breastplates and helmets, bows and arrows, spears and shields, protective mantles, draft oxen, and heavy wagons will amount to 4/10 of its total revenue. Hence, a wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy. 1 cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own, and likewise a single pickle of his provender is equivalent to 20 from one's own store. Now, in order to kill the enemy, our men must be roused to anger, but there may be advantage from defeating the enemy. They must have their rewards. Therefore, in chariot fighting, when 10 or more chariots have been taken, those should be rewarded who took the first. Flags should be substituted for those of the enemy, and their chariots mingled and used in conjunction with ours. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. This is called using the conquered foe to augment one's own strength. In war, then, let your object be victory, not lengthy campaigns. Thus it may be known that the leader of armies is the arbiter of the people's fate, the man on whom it depends whether the nation shall be in peace or in peril. End of Part 2. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, translated by Lionel Giles. Part 3. Attack by Stratagem. Sun Tzu said, "In the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So too, it is better to recapture an army entire than to destroy it, to capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. Hence, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Thus, the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. The next best is to prevent the junction of the enemy's forces. The next in order is to attack the enemy's army in the field. And the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. The rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can possibly be avoided. The preparation of mantlets, movable shelters, and various implements of war will take up 3 whole months, and the piling up of mounds against the walls will take 3 months more. The general, unable to control the situation, will launch his men to the assault like swarming ants, with the result that 1/3 of his men are slain, while the town still remains untaken. Such are the disastrous effects of a siege. Therefore, the skillful leader subdues the enemy's troops without fighting. He captures their cities without laying siege to them. He overthrows their kingdom without lengthy operations in the field. With his forces intact, he will dispute the mastery of the empire, and thus, without losing a man, his triumph will be complete. This is the method of attacking by stratagem. It is the rule in war, if our forces are 10 to the enemy's 1, to surround him; if 5 to 1, to attack him; if twice as numerous, to divide our army into 2. If equally matched, we can offer battle. If slightly inferior in numbers, we can avoid the enemy. If quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. Hence, though an obstinate fight may be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by the larger force. Now the general is the bulwark of the state. If the bulwark is complete at all points, the state will be strong. If the bulwark is defective, the state will be weak. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 1. By commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. 2. By attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which obtain in an army. This causes restlessness in the soldiers' minds. 3. By employing the officers of his army without discrimination through ignorance of the military principle of adaptation to circumstances. This shakes the confidence of the soldiers. But when the army is restless and distrustful, trouble is sure to come from the other feudal princes. This is simply bringing anarchy into the army and flinging victory away. Thus, we may know that there are 5 essentials for victory. 1. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. 2. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. 3. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks. 4. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy number. 5. He will win who has military capacity and is not interfered with by the sovereign. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. End of Part 3. Part 4. Tactical Dispositions. Sun Tzu said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy. To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is created by the enemy himself. Thus, the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it." Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength. Attacking, a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves, on the other, a victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. Neither is it the acme of excellence if you fight and conquer, and the whole empire says, "Well done." To lift an autumn hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. Hence, his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom, nor credit for courage. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence, the skillful fighter puts himself into a position which makes defeat impossible, and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. Thus it is that in war the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he who is destined to defeat first fights and afterwards looks for victory. The constant leader cultivates the moral law and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus it is in his power to control success. In respect of military method we have, firstly, measurement, secondly, estimation of quantity, thirdly, calculation, fourthly, balancing of chances, fifthly, victory. Measurement owes its existence to earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balance of chances. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is as a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. The onrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. End of Part 4. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, translated by Lionel Giles. Part 5, Energy. Sun Tzu said, "The control of a large force is the same principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. Fighting with a large army under your command is no wise different from fighting a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken, this is effected by maneuvers direct and indirect. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an egg, this is effected by the signs of weak points and strong. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Indirect techniques, efficiently applied, are inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the four seasons, they pass away to return once more. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colors, blue, yellow, red, white, and black, yet in combination they produce more hues than can ever be seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes, sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter, yet combinations of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. In battle, there are not more than 2 methods of attack, the direct and the indirect, yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of maneuvers. The direct and the indirect lead on to each other in turn. It is like moving in a circle. You never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? The onset of truth is like the rush of a torrent which will even roll stones along in its course. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon, which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Therefore, the good fighter will be terrible in his onset and prompt in his decision. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of a trigger. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Simulated disorder postulates perfect discipline. Simulated fear postulates courage. Simulated weakness postulates strength. Hiding beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under their show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. Masking strength with weakness is to be effected by tactical dispositions. Thus, one who is skilled in keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. He sacrifices something that the enemy may snatch at it. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then, with a body of picked men, he lies at rest. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy, and does not require too much from individuals. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. When he utilizes combined energy, his fighting men become as it were like unto rolling logs or stones, for it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground, and to move when on a slope. If four-cornered, to come to a standstill, but if round-shaped, to go rolling down. Thus the energy devoted to good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy. End of Part 5. Part 6, Weak Points and Strong. Sun Tzu said, "Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted. Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. By holding out advantages to him, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord, or, by inflicting damage, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. If he is taking his ease, he can harass him. If well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If quietly encamped, he can force him to move. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through country where the enemy is not. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places which are undefended. You can ensure the safety of your defense if you only hold positions that cannot be attacked. Hence, the general is skillful in attack whose opponent does not know what to defend, and he is skillful in defense whose opponent does not know what to attack. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy! Through you we learn to be invisible, through you inaudible, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible if you make for the enemy's weak points. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy. If we wish to fight, the enemy can be forced to an engagement, even though he be sheltered behind a high rampart and a deep ditch. All we need do is attack some other place that he will be obliged to relieve. If we do not wish to fight, we prevent the enemy from engaging us, even though the lines of our encampment be merely traced out on the ground. All we need do is throw something odd and unaccountable in his way. By discovering the enemy's dispositions and remaining invisible ourselves, we can keep our forces concentrated while the enemy's must be divided. We can form a single united body while the enemy must split up into fractions. Hence, there will be a whole pitted against separate parts of a whole, which means that we shall be many to the enemy's few. And if we are able thus to attack an inferior force with a superior one, our opponents will be in dire straits. The spot where we intend to fight must not be made known, for then the enemy will have to prepare against a possible attack at several different points. His forces being thus distributed in many directions, the numbers we shall have to face at any given point will be proportionately few. For should the enemy strengthen his van, he will weaken his rear. Should he strengthen his rear, he will weaken his van. Should he strengthen his left, he will weaken his right. Should he strengthen his right, he will weaken his left. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. Numerical weakness comes from having to prepare against possible attacks. Numerical strength from our adversary to make these preparations against us. Knowing the place and the time of the coming battle, we may concentrate from the greatest distances in order to fight. But if neither time nor place be known, then the left wing will be impotent to succor the right will be impotent to succor the left, the van unable to relieve the rear, or the rear to support the van. How much more so if the furthest proportions of the army are anything under 100 li apart, and even the nearest are separated by several li. Though according to my estimate the soldiers of UA exceed our own in number, that shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. Conceal your dispositions, and you will be safe from the prying of the subtlest spies, from the machinations of the wisest brains. Victory may be produced for them out of the enemy's own tactics. That is what the multitude cannot comprehend. All men can see the tactics whereby I conquer, but what none can see is the strategy out of which victory is evolved. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. Military tactics are like unto water, for water in its natural course runs away from high places and hastens downwards. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and to strike at what is weak. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground over which it flows. The soldier works out his victory in relation to the foe whom he is facing. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, in warfare there are no constant conditions. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent and thereby succeed in winning may be called a heaven-born captain. The 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, are not always equally predominant. The 4 seasons make way for each other in turn. There are short days and long. The moon has its periods of waning and waxing. End of part 6. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Translated by Lionel Giles. Part 7. Maneuvering. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign. Having collected an army and concentrated his forces, he must blend and harmonize the different elements thereof before pitching his camp. After that comes tactical maneuvering, than which there is nothing more difficult. The difficulty of tactical maneuvering consists in turning the devious into the direct, and misfortune into gain. Thus, to take a long and circuitous route, after enticing to be out of the way, and those starting after him, to contrive to reach the goal before him, shows knowledge of the artifice of deviation. Maneuvering with an army is advantageous, with an undisciplined multitude, most dangerous. If you set a fully equipped army in march in order to snatch an advantage, the chances are that you will be too late. On the other hand, to detach a flying column for the purpose involves the sacrifice of its baggage and stores. Thus, if you order your men to pull up their buff coats and make forced marches without halting day or night, covering double the usual distance at a stretch, doing 100 li in order to wrest an advantage, the leaders of all your 3 divisions will fall into the hands of the enemy. The stronger men will be hurt, the jaded ones will fall behind, and on this plan only 1/10 of your army will reach its destination. If you march 50 li in order to outmaneuver the enemy, you will lose the leader of your 1st division, and only half your force will reach the goal. If you march 30 li with the same object, 2/3 of your army will arrive. We may take it then that an army without its baggage train is lost. Without provisions, it is lost. Without bases of supply, it is lost. We cannot enter into alliances until we are acquainted with the designs of our neighbors. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantage to account unless we make use of local guides. In war, practice dissimulation and you will succeed. Whether to concentrate or to divide your troops must be decided by circumstances. Let your rapidity be that of the wind, your compactness that of the forest. In raiding and plundering be like fire, in immovability like a mountain. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. When you plunder a countryside, let the spoil be divided amongst your men. When you capture new territory, cut it up into allotments for the benefit of the soldiery. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. He will conquer who has learned the artifice of deviation. Such is the art of maneuvering. The Book of Army Management says, "On the field of battle, the spoken word does not carry far enough. Hence the institution of gongs and drums. Nor can ordinary objects be seen clearly. Hence the institution of banners and flags. Gongs and drums, banners and flags are means whereby the ears and eyes of the host may be focused on one particular point. The host thus forming a single united body, it is impossible either for the brave to advance alone, or for the cowardly to retreat alone. This is the art of handling large masses of men. In night fighting, then, make much use of signal flyers and drums, and inviting by day of flags and banners as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. A whole army may be robbed of its spirit. A commander-in-chief may be robbed of his presence of mind. Now, a soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning. By noonday it has begun to flag, and in the evening his mind is bent only on returning to camp. A clever general, therefore, avoids an army when its spirit is keen, but attacks it when it is sluggish and inclined to return. This is the art of studying moods. Disciplined and calm to await the appearance of disorder and hubbub amongst the enemy. This is the art of retaining self-possession. To be near the goal while the enemy is still far from it, to wait at ease while the enemy is toiling and struggling, to be well fed while the enemy is famished. This is the art of husbanding one's strength. To refrain from intercepting an enemy whose banners are in perfect order, to refrain from attacking an army drawn up in calm and confident array, this is the art of studying circumstances. It is a military axiom not to advance uphill against the enemy, nor to oppose him when he comes downhill. Do not pursue an enemy who simulates flight. Do not attack soldiers whose temper is keen. Do not swallow bait offered by the enemy. Do not interfere with an army that is returning home. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard. Such is the art of warfare. End of Part 7. Part 8. Variation in Tactics. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army, and concentrates his forces. When in difficult country, do not encamp. In country where high roads intersect, join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. In hemmed-in situations, you must resort to stratagem. In desperate position, you must fight. There are roads which must not be followed, armies which must not be attacked, towns which must not be besieged, positions which must not be contested, commands of the sovereign which must not be obeyed. The general who thoroughly understands the advantages of company variation of tactics knows how to handle his troops. The general who does not understand these may be well acquainted with the configuration of the country, yet he will not be able to turn his knowledge to practical account. So, the student of war who is versed in the art of war of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make the best use of his men. Hence, in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantage and of disadvantage will be blended together. If our expectation of advantage be tempered in this way, we may succeed in accomplishing the essential part of our schemes. If, on the other hand, in the midst of difficulties we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune. Reduce the hostile chiefs by inflicting damage on them, and make trouble for them, and keep them constantly engaged. Hold out specious allurements, and make them rush to any given point. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him. Not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. 1. Recklessness, which leads to destruction. 2. Cowardice, which leads to capture. 3. A hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. 4. A delicacy of honor, which is sensitive to shame. 5. Over-solicitude for his men, which exposes him to worry and trouble. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found in these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation. End of Part 9. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, translated by Lionel Giles. Part 9. The Army on the March. Sun Tzu said, "We come now to the question of encamping the army and observing signs of the enemy. Pass quickly over mountains and keep in the neighborhood of valleys. Camp in high places facing the sun. Do not climb heights in order to fight." So much for mountain warfare. After crossing a river, you should get far away from it. When an invading force crosses a river in its onward march, do not advance to meet it in midstream. It would be best to let half the army get across and then deliver your attack. If you are anxious to fight, you should not go to meet the invader near a river which he has to cross. Moor your craft higher up than the enemy and facing the sun. Do not move upstream to meet the enemy. So much for river warfare. In crossing salt marshes, your sole concern should be to get over them quickly, without any delay. If forced to fight in a salt marsh, you should find water and grass near you and get your back to a clump of trees. So much for operations in salt marshes. In dry, level country, take up an easily accessible position with rising ground to your right and on your rear, so that danger may be in front and safety lie behind. So much for campaigning in flat country. These are the 4 useful branches of military knowledge which enabled the Yellow Emperor to vanquish 4 several sovereigns. These prefer high ground to low, and sunny places to dark. If you are careful of your men and camp on hard ground, the army will be free from disease of every kind, and this will spell victory. When you come to a hill or bank, on the sunny side, with the slope on your right rear. Thus you will at once act for the benefit of your soldiers and utilize the natural advantages of the ground. When, in consequence of heavy rains up country, a river which you wish to ford is swollen and flecked with foam, you must wait until it subsides. Country in which there are precipitous cliffs with torrents running between, deep natural hollows, confined places, tangled thickets, and crevasses should be left with all possible speed and not approached. While we keep away from such places, we should get the enemy to approach them. While we face them, we should let the enemy have them on his rear. In the neighborhood of your camp, there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic grass, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth. They must be carefully routed out and searched, for these are places where many or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. Movement amongst the trees of a forest shows that the enemy is advancing. The appearance of a number of screens in the midst of thick grass means that the enemy wants to make us suspicious. The rising of birds in their flight is the sign of an ambuscade. Startled beasts indicate that a sudden attack is coming. When there is dust rising in a high column, it is the sign of chariots advancing. When the dust is low, but spread over a wide area, it betokens the approach of infantry. When it branches out in different directions, it shows that parties have been sent to collect firewood. A few clouds of dust, moving to and fro, signify that the army is encamping. Humble words and increased preparations are signs that the enemy is about to advance. Violent language and driving forward as if to the attack are signs of retreat. When the light chariots come out first and take up a position on the wings, it is a sign that the enemy is forming for battle. Peace proposals unaccompanied by a sworn covenant indicate a plot. When there is much running about and the soldiers fall into rank, it means that the critical moment has come. When some are seen advancing and some retreating, it is a lure. When the soldiers stand leaning on their spears, they are faint for want of food. If those who are sent to draw water begin by drinking themselves, the army is suffering from thirst. If the enemy sees an advantage to be gained and makes no effort to secure it, the soldiers are exhausted. If birds gather on any spot, it is unoccupied. Clamor by night betokens nervousness. If there is a disturbance in the camp, the general's authority is weak. If the banners and flags are shifted about, sedition is afoot. If the officers are angry, it means that the men are weary. When an army feeds its horses with grain and kills its cattle for food, and when the men do not hang their cooking pots over the campfires, showing that they will not return to their tents, you may know that they are determined to fight to the death. The sight of men whispering together in small knots or speaking in subdued tones points to disaffection amongst the rank and file. Too frequent reports find that the enemy is at the end of his resources. Too many punishments betray a condition of dire distress. To begin by bluster, but afterwards to take fright at the enemy's numbers, shows a supreme lack of intelligence. When envoys are sent with compliments in their mouths, it is a sign that the enemy wishes for a truce. If the enemy's troops march up angrily and remain facing ours for a long time without either joining battle or taking themselves off, the situation is one that demands great vigilance and circumspection. If our troops are no more in number than the enemy, that is amply sufficient. It only means that no direct attack can be made. What we can do is simply to concentrate all our available strength, keep a close watch on the enemy, and obtain reinforcements. He who exercises no forethought, but makes light of his opponents, is sure to be captured by them. If soldiers are punished because they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And, unless submissive, they will be practically useless. If, when the soldiers have become attached to you, punishments are not enforced, they will still be useless. Therefore, soldiers must be treated in the first instance with humanity, but kept under control by means of iron discipline. This is a certain road to victory. If in training soldiers command habitually first, the army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad. If a general shows confidence in his men, but always insists on his orders being obeyed, the gain will be mutual. End of part 9. Part 10. Terrain. Sun Tzu said, we may distinguish 6 kinds of terrain, to wit, 1. Accessible ground, 2. Entangling ground, 3. Temporizing ground, 4. Narrow passes, 5. Precipitous heights, 6. Positions at a great distance from the enemy. Ground which can be freely traversed by both sides is called accessible. With regard to ground of this nature, be before the enemy in occupying the raised and sunny spots, and carefully guard your line of supplies. Then you will be able to fight with advantage. Ground which can be mended, but is hard to reoccupy, is called entangling. From a position of this sort, if the enemy is unprepared, you may sally forth and defeat him. But if the enemy is prepared for your coming, and you fail to defeat him, then, being impossible, disaster will ensue. When the position is such that neither side will gain by making the first move, it is called temporizing ground. In a position of this sort, even though the enemy should offer effective bait, it will be advisable not to stir forth, but rather to retreat, thus enticing the enemy in his turn. Then, when part of his army has come out, we may deliver our attack with advantage. With regard to narrow passes, if you can occupy them
As
first,
you well know, if you
be
watch us on a
strongly
regular
garrisoned
basis, there
and
has been a
await the advent of
sabotage
the enemy.
campaign for the past year
Should the army
against Iran's
forestall you
nuclear
on
sites
occupying
and
the
its
pass,
ballistic missile
do not go after
factories
him if the pass is
inside
fully
Iran.
garrisoned, but only if it is weakly garrisoned. With regard to precipitous heights, if you are beforehand with your adversary, you should occupy the raised and sunny spots and there wait for him to come up. If the enemy has occupied them before you, do not follow him, but retreat, and try to entice him away. If you are situated at a great distance from the enemy, and the strength of the two armies is equal, it is not easy to provoke a battle, and fighting will be to your disadvantage. These 6 are the principles connected with earth. The general who's attained a responsible post must be careful to study them. Now, an army is exposed to 6 several calamities, not arising from natural causes, but from things for which the general is responsible. These are 1. Flight, 2. Insubordination, 3. Collapse, 4. Ruin, 5. Disorganization, 6. Rout. Other conditions being equal, if one force is hurled against another 10 times its size, the result will be the flight of the former. When the common soldiers are too strong and their officers too weak, the result is insubordination. When the officers are too strong and the common soldiers too weak, the result is collapse. When the higher officers are angry and insubordinate, and on meeting the enemy give battle on their own account, feeling of resentment, before the commander-in-chief can tell whether or not he is in a position to fight, the result is ruin. When the general is weak and without authority, when his orders are not clear and distinct, when there are no fixed duties assigned to officers and men, and the ranks are formed in a slovenly, haphazard manner, the result is utter disorganization. When a general, unable to estimate the enemy's strength, allows an inferior force to engage a larger one, or hurls a weak detachment against a powerful one, and neglects to place picked soldiers in the front rank, the result must be rout. These are 6 ways of courting defeat, which must be noted by the general who has attained a responsible post. The natural formation of the country is the soldier's best ally, but a power of estimating the adversary, of controlling the forces of victory, and of shrewdly calculating difficulties, dangers, and distances, constitutes the test of a great general. He who knows these things, and in fighting puts his knowledge into practice, will win his battles. He who knows them not, nor practices them, will surely be defeated. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight, even though the ruler forbid it. If fighting will not result in victory, then you must not fight even at the ruler's bidding. The general who advances without fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look upon them as your own beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. If, however, you are indulgent, but unable to make your authority felt, kind-hearted, but unable to enforce your commands, and incapable, moreover, of quelling disorder, then your soldiers must be likened to spoiled children. They are useless for any practical purpose. If we know that our own men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the enemy is not open to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, but are unaware that our own men are not in a condition to attack, we have gone halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, and also know that our men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the nature of the ground makes fighting impracticable, we have still gone halfway towards victory. Hence, the experienced soldier, once in motion, is never bewildered. Once he has broken camp, he is never at a loss. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you may make your victory complete. End of part 10. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Translated by Lionel Childs. Part 11. The 9 Situations. Sun Tzu said, the art of war recognizes 9 varieties of ground. 1. dispersive ground. 2. Facile ground. 3. Contentious ground. 4. Open ground. 5. Ground of intersecting highways. 6. Serious ground. 7. Difficult ground. 8. Hemmed-in ground. 9. Desperate ground. When a chieftain is fighting in his own territory, it is dispersive ground. When he has penetrated into hostile territory to a great distance, it is facile ground. Ground the possession of which imports great advantage to either side is contentious ground. Ground on which each side has liberty of movement is open ground. Ground which forms the key to 3 contiguous states, so that he who occupies it first has most of the empire at his command, is a ground of intersecting highways. When an army has penetrated into the heart of a hostile country, leaving a number of fortified cities in its rear, it is serious ground. Mountain forests, rugged steeps, marshes, and fens, all country that is hard to traverse, this is difficult ground. Ground which is reached through narrow gorges, and from which we can only retire by tortuous paths, so that a small number of the enemy would suffice to crush a large body of our men. This is hemmed-in ground. Ground which we can only be saved from destruction by fighting without delay is desperate ground. On dispersive ground, therefore, fight not. On facile ground, halt not. On contentious ground, attack not. On open ground, do not try to block the enemy's way. On the ground of intersecting highways, join hands with your allies. On serious ground, gather and plunder. In difficult ground, keep simply on the march. On hemmed-in ground, resort to stratagem. On desperate ground, fight. Those who were called skillful leaders of old knew how to drive a wedge between the enemy's front and rear, to prevent cooperation between his large and small divisions, to hinder the good troops from rescuing the bad, the officers from rallying their men. When the enemy's men were united, they managed to keep them in disorder. When it was to their advantage, they made a forward move. When otherwise, they stopped still. If asked how to cope with the great host of the enemy in orderly array, and on the point of marching to the attack, we should say, begin by seizing something which your opponent holds dear. Then he will be amenable to your will. Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness. Make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots. The following are the principles to be observed by an invading force. The further you penetrate into a country, the greater will be the solidarity of your troops, and thus the defenders will not move against you. Make forays in fertile country in order to supply your army with food. Carefully study the well-being of your men, and do not overtax them. Concentrate your energy and hoard your strength. Keep your army continually on the move, and devise unfathomable plans. Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If they will face death, there is nothing they may not achieve. Officers and men alike will put forth their uttermost strength. Soldiers, when in desperate straits, lose the sense of fear. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front. If there is no help for it, they will fight hard. Thus, without waiting to be marshaled, the soldiers will be constantly on the qui-vive. Without waiting to be asked, they will do your will. Without restrictions, they will be faithful. Without giving orders, they can be trusted. Prohibit the taking of omens and do away with superstitious doubts. Then, until death comes, no calamity need be feared. If our soldiers are not overburdened with money, it is not because they have a distaste for riches. If their lives are not unduly long, it is not because they are disinclined to longevity. On the day they are ordered out to battle, your soldiers may weep, those sitting up bedewing their garments, and those lying down, letting the tears run down their cheeks. But let them once be brought to bay, and they will display the courage of a Chu or a Kui. The skillful tactician may be likened to the Shuai Jan. Now, the Shuai Jan is a snake that is found in the Chibu Mountains. Strike at its head, and you will be attacked by its tail. Strike at its tail, and you will be attacked by its head. Strike at the middle, and you will be attacked by head and tail both. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the Shuai-Jan, I should answer yes. The men of Wu and the men of Yue are enemies. Yet if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance, just as the left hand helps the right. Hence, it is not enough to put one's trust in the tethering of horses and the burying of chariot wheels in the ground. The principle on which to manage an army is to set up one standard of courage, which all must reach. How to make the best of both strong and weak, that is a question involving the proper use of ground. Thus, the skillful general conducts his army just as though he were leading a single man, willy-nilly by the hand. It is the business of a general to be quiet and thus ensure secrecy, upright and just, and thus maintain order. He must be able to mystify his officers and men by false reports and appearances, and thus keep them in total ignorance. By altering his arrangements and changing his plans, he keeps the enemy without definite knowledge. By shifting his camp and taking circuitous routes, he prevents the enemy from anticipating his purpose. At the critical moment, the leader of an army acts like one who is up a height and then kicks away the ladder behind him. He carries his men deep into hostile territory before he shows his hand. He burns his boats and breaks his cooking pots, like a shepherd driving a flock of sheep. He drives his men this way and that, and nothing knows whither he is going. To muster his host and bring it into danger, this may be termed the business of the general. The different measures suited to the 9 varieties of ground, the expediency of aggressive or defensive tactics, and the fundamental laws of human nature, these are things that must most certainly be studied. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deep means cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighborhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. When there are means of communication on all 4 sides, the ground is one of intersecting highways. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. When you have the enemy's strongholds in the rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, it is desperate ground. Therefore, on dispersive ground, I would inspire my men with unity of purpose. On facile ground, I would see that there is close connection between all parts of my army. On contentious ground, I would hurry up my rear. On open ground, I would keep a vigilant eye on my defenses. On ground of intersecting highways, I would consolidate my alliances. On serious ground, I would try to ensure a continuous stream of supplies. On difficult ground, I would keep pushing on along the road. On difficult ground, I would block any way of retreat. On desperate ground, I would proclaim to my soldiers the hopelessness of saving their lives. For it is the soldier's disposition to offer an obstinate resistance when surrounded, to fight hard when he cannot help himself, and to obey promptly when he has fallen into danger. We cannot enter into alliance with neighboring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. To be ignored of any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Hence, he does not strive to ally himself with all and sundry, nor does he foster the power of understanding. He carries out his own secret designs, keeping his antagonists in awe. Thus, he is able to capture their cities and overthrow their kingdoms. Bestow rewards without regard to rule, issue orders without regard to previous arrangements, and you will be able to handle a whole army as though you had to do with but a single man. Confront your soldiers with the deed itself. Never let them know your design. When the outlook is bright, bring it before their eyes, but tell them nothing when the situation is gloomy. Place your army in deadly peril, and it will survive. Plunge it into desperate straits, and it will come off its feet. For it is precisely when a force has fallen into harm's way that it is capable of striking a blow for victory. Success in warfare is gained by carefully accommodating ourselves to the enemy's purpose. By persistently hanging on the enemy's flank, we shall succeed in the long run in killing the commander-in-chief. This is called ability to accomplish a thing by sheer cunning. On the day that you take up your command, block the frontier passes, destroy the official tallies, and stop the passage of all emissaries. Be stern in the council chamber so that you may control the situation. If the enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear, and subtly contrive to time his arrival on the ground. Walk in the path defined by rule, and accommodate yourself to the enemy until you can fight decisively. At first, then, exhibit the coyness of a maiden until the enemy gives you an opening. Afterwards, emulate the rapidity of a running hare, and it will be too late for the enemy to oppose you. End of Part 11. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Translated by Lionel Giles. Part 12. The Attack by Fire. Sun Tzu said, "There are 5 ways of attacking with fire. The first is to burn soldiers in their camp. The second is to burn stores. The third is to burn baggage trains. The fourth is to burn arsenals and magazines. The fifth is to hurl dropping fire amongst the enemy. In order to carry out an attack, we must have means available. The material for raising fire should always be kept in readiness. There is a proper season for making attacks with fire, and special days for starting conflagration. The proper season is when the weather is very dry. The special days are those when the moon is in the constellations of the sieve, the wall, the wing, or the crossbar, for these 4 are the days of rising wind. In attacking with fire, one should be prepared to meet 5 possible developments. 1. When fire breaks out inside to enemy's camp, respond at once with an attack from without. 2. If there is an outbreak of fire, but the enemy's soldiers remain quiet, bide your time and do not attack. 3. When the force of the flames has reached its height, follow it up with an attack, if that is practical. If not, stay where you are. 4. If it is possible to make an assault with fire from without, do not wait for it to break out within, but deliver your attack at a favorable moment. 5. When you start a fire, be to windward of it. Do not attack from the leeward. A wind that rises in the daytime lasts long, but a night breeze soon falls. In every army, the 5 developments connected with fire must be known, the movements of the stars calculated, and a watch kept for the proper days. Hence, those who use fire as an aid to the attack show intelligence. Those who use water as an aid to the attack gain a position of strength. By means of water, an enemy may be intercepted, but not robbed of all his belongings. Unhappy is the fate of one who tries to win his battles and succeed in his attacks without cultivating the spirit of enterprise, for the result is a waste of time and general stagnation. Hence the saying, the enlightened ruler lays his plans well ahead. The good general cultivates his resources. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. No ruler should put troops into the field merely to gratify his own spleen. No general should fight a battle simply out of pique. If it is to your advantage, make a forward move. If not, stay where you are. Anger may in time change to gladness. Vexation may be succeeded by content. But a kingdom that has once been destroyed can never come again into being, nor can the dead ever be brought back to life. Hence the enlightened ruler is heedful, and the good general full of caution. This is the way to keep a country at peace and an army intact. End of Part 12. Part 13. The Use of Spies. Sun Tzu said, raising a host of 100,000 men, marching with great distances, entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be commotion at home and abroad, and men will be down exhausted on the highways. As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labor. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. This being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's condition simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honors and emoluments is the height of inhumanity. One who acts thus is no leader, no present help to his sovereign, no master of victory. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, nor by any deductive calculation. Knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Hence, the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes. 1. Local spies. 2. Inward spies. 3. Converted spies. 4. Doomed spies. 5. Surviving spies. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Having inward spies, making use of officials of the enemy. Having converted spies, getting hold of the enemy's spies and using them for our own purposes. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly for purposes of deception, and allowing our spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news of the enemy's camp. Hence it is that none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. None should be more liberally rewarded. In no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. If a secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe, he must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Whether it be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides de camp, and doorkeepers and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be trained to ascertain these. The enemy spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away, and comfortably housed. Thus they will become converted spies and available for our service. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. It is owing to this information again that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Lastly, it is by this information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. The end and aim of spying in all its 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy, and this knowledge can only be derived in the first instance from the converted spy. Hence, it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to Yi Qi, who had served under the Xia. Likewise, the rise of the Chu dynasty was due to Liu Ya, who had served under the Yin. Hence, it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Spies are a most important element in water, because on them depends an army's ability to move. End of the Art of War. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, October 2006.
Gorin no Sho, A Book of 5 Rings, written by Miyamoto Musashi and addressed to Teruo Makanojo, translated by Victor Harris and narrated by Robin Hope. Introduction. I have been many years training in the Wei strategy called Iten Ichiryu, and now I think I will explain it in writing for the first time. It is now during the first 10 days of the 10th month of the 20th year of Kanei, 1645. I have climbed Mount Iwato of Higo in Kyushu to pay homage to heaven, pray to Kwannon, and kneel before Buddha. I am a warrior of Harima province, Shinmen Musashi no Kami, Fujiwara Keishi, age 60 years. From youth, my heart has been inclined toward the way of strategy. My first duel was when I was 13. I struck down a strategist of the Shinto school, one Hakike. When I was 16, I struck down an able strategist, Tadashima Akiyama. When I was 21, I went up to the capital and met all manner of strategists, never once failing to win in many contests. After that, I went from province to province, dueling with strategists of various schools, and not once failed to win, even though I had as many as 60 encounters. This was between the ages of 13 to 28 or 29. When I reached 30, I looked back on my past. The previous victories were not due to my having mastered strategy. Perhaps it was natural ability, or the order of heaven. The other school's strategy was inferior. After that, I studied morning and evening, searching for the principle, and came to realize the way of strategy when I was 50. Since then, I have lived without following any particular way. Thus, with the virtue of strategy, I practice many arts and abilities, all things with no teacher. To write this book, I did not use the lore of Buddha or the teachings of Confucius, neither old war chronicles nor books on martial tactics. I take up my brush to explain the true spirit of this Ichi school, as it is mirrored in the way of heaven and Kwannon. The time is the night of the 10th day of the 10th month, and the hour of the tiger, 3 to 5 a.m. The Ground Book. Strategy is the craft of the warrior. Commanders must enact the craft, and troopers should know this way. There is no warrior in the world today who really understands the way of strategy. There are various ways. There is the way of salvation by the Buddha, the way of Confucius governing the way of learning, the way of healing as a doctor, as a poet teaching the way of waka, tea, archery, and many arts and skills. Each man practices as he feels inclined. It is said the warrior's is the twofold way of pen and sword, and he should have a taste for both ways. Even if a man has no natural ability, he can be a warrior by sticking assiduously to both directions of the way. Generally speaking, the way of the warrior is resolute acceptance of death. Although not only warriors, but priests, women, peasants, and lowlier folk have been known to die readily in the cause of duty or out of shame, this is a different thing. The warrior is different in that studying the way of strategy is based on overcoming men. By victory gained in crossing swords with individuals or in joining battle with large numbers, we can attain power and fame for ourselves or for our Lord. This is the virtue of strategy. The way of strategy. In China, Japan, practitioners of the way have been known as masters of strategy. Warriors must learn this way. Recently, there have been people getting on in the world as strategists, but they are usually just sophists. The attendants of the Kashima Kantori shrines of the province Itachi received instruction from the gods and made schools based on this teaching, traveling from country to country, instructing men. This is the reason meaning of strategy. In olden times, strategy was listed among the 10 abilities and 7 arts as a beneficial practice. It was certainly an art, but as beneficial practice, it was not limited to sword fencing. The value of sword fencing cannot be seen within the confines of sword fencing technique. If we look at the world, we see arts for sale. Men use equipment to sell their own selves, as if with the nut and the nut has become less than the flower. In this kind of way of strategy, both those teaching and those learning the way are concerned with colouring and showing off their technique, trying to hasten the bloom of the flower. They speak of this dojo and that dojo. They are looking for profit. Someone once said, immature strategy is the cause of grief. That was a true saying. There are 4 ways in which men pass through life: as gentlemen, farmers, artisans, and merchants. The way of the farmer, using agricultural instruments, he sees springs through to autumn with an eye on the changes of season. Second is the way of the merchant. The winemaker obtains his ingredients and puts them to use to make his living. The way of the merchant is always to live by taking profit. This is the way of the merchant. Thirdly, the gentleman warrior, carrying the weaponry of his way. The way of the warrior is to master the virtue of his weapons. If a gentleman dislikes strategy, he will not appreciate the benefit of weaponry. So must he not have a little taste for this? Fourthly, the way of the artisan. The way of the carpenter is to become proficient in the use of his tools. First to lay his plans with a true measure, and then perform his work according to plan. Thus he passes through life.
I want to see some more action.
These are the 4 ways of the gentleman, the farmer, the artisan, and the merchant. Comparing with the carpenter to strategy. The comparison with carpentry is through the connection with houses. Houses of the nobility, houses of warriors, the 4 houses, ruin of houses, thriving of houses, style of the house, the tradition of the house, and the name of the house. The carpenter uses a master plan of the building, and the way of strategy is similar in that there is a plan of the campaign. If you want to learn or ponder over this book, the teacher is as a needle, the disciple is as thread. You must practice constantly. Like the foreman carpenter, the commander must know natural rules, and the rules of the country, and the rules of houses. This is the way of the foreman. The foreman carpenter must know the architectural theory of towers and temples, and the plans of palaces, and must employ men to rebuild houses. The way of the foreman carpenter is the same as the way of the commander of a warrior house. In the construction of houses, choice of woods is made. Straight unknotted timber of good appearance is used for the field pillars. Straight timber with small defects is used for the inner pillars. Timber of the finest appearance, even if a little weak,
This must
is
be the
used
last
for
show.
thresholds, lintels, doors, and sliding doors, and so on. Good strong timber, though it be gnarled and knotted, can always be used discreetly in construction. Timber which is weak or knotted throughout should be used as scaffolding, and later for firewood. The carpenter allots his men work according to their ability. Floor layers, makers of sliding doors, thresholds and lintels, ceilings, and so on. Those of poor ability lay the floor joist, and those of lesser ability carve wedges and do such miscellaneous work. If the foreman knows and employs his men well, the finished work will be good. The foreman should take into account the abilities and limitations of his men, circulating among them and asking nothing unreasonable. He should know their morale and spirit, and encourage them when necessary. This is the same as the principle of strategy. The way of strategy. Like a trooper, the carpenter sharpens his own tools. He carries his equipment in his toolbox and works under the direction of his foreman. He makes columns and girders with an axe, shapes from boards and shelves with a plane, cuts fine open work and carvings accurately,
Flush them out,
giving
not
as
flush them
excellent a
in.
finish as his skill will allow. This is the craft of carpenters. When the carpenter becomes skilled and understands measures, he can become a foreman. The carpenter's attainment is having tools which will cut well to make small shrines, writing shelves, tables, paper lanterns, chopping boards, and potlets. These are the specialities of the carpenter. Things are similar for the trooper. You ought to think deeply about this. The attainment of the carpenter is that his work is not warped, that the joints are not misaligned, that the work is truly planed so that it meets well and is not merely finished in sections. This is essential. If you want to learn this way, deeply consider the things written in this book, one at a time. You must do sufficient research.
Something's on fire, nerd.
Outline of the 5 books of this book of strategy. The way is shown in 5 books concerning different aspects. These are ground, water, fire, tradition, wind, and void.
Right.
The body of the way of strategy, from the viewpoint of my Ichi school, is explained in the ground book. It is difficult to realize the true way just through fencing. Know the smallest things and the biggest things, and the shallowest things and the deepest things, as if it were a straight road mapped out on the ground. The first book is called the ground book. Second is the water book. With water as the basis, the spirit becomes like water. Water adopts the shape of its receptacle. It is sometimes a trickle and sometimes a wild sea. Water has a clear blue color. By the clarity, things of Ichi school are shown in this book. If you master the principles of sword fencing, when you freely beat one man, you beat any man in the world. The spirit of defeating a man is the same for 10 million men. The strategist makes small things into big things, like building a great Buddha from a 1-foot model. I cannot write in detail how this is done. The principle of strategy is having one thing do 10,000 things. Things of Ichi school are written in this, the water book. Third is the fire book. This book is about fighting. The spirit of fire is fierce, whether the fight is small or big, and so it is with battles. The way of battles is the same for man-to-man fights and for 10,000 aside battles. You must appreciate that spirit can become big or small. What is big is easy to see. What is small is difficult to perceive. In short, it is difficult for large numbers of men to change position, so their movements can be easily predicted. An individual can easily change his mind, so his movements are difficult to predict. You must appreciate this. The essence of this book is that you must train day and night in order to make quick decisions. In strategy, it is necessary to treat training as a part of normal life, with your spirit unchanging. Thus, combat in battle is described in the fire book. Fourthly, the wind book. This book is not concerned with my Ichi school, but with other schools of strategy. By wind, I mean old traditions, present-day traditions, and family traditions of strategy. Thus, I clearly explain the strategies of the world. This is tradition. It is difficult to know yourself if you do not know others. To all ways, there are sidetracks. If you study your way daily and your spirit diverges, you may think you are obeying a good way, but objectively, it is not the true way. Following the true way and diverge a little, this will later become a large divergence. You must realize this. Other strategies have come to be thought of as mere sword fencing, and it is not unreasonable that this should be so. The benefit of my strategy, although it includes sword fencing, lies in a separate principle. I have explained what is commonly meant by strategy in other schools.
Show her the operation can do.
Wind book. Fifthly, the book of the void. By void, I mean that which has no.
I made her draw her sword.
Attaining this principle means not attaining the principle. The way of strategy is the way of nature. When you appreciate the power of nature, knowing the rhythm of any situation, you will be able to hit the enemy naturally and strike naturally. All this is the way of the void. I intend to show how to follow the true way according to nature in the book of the void. The name Ichiryu Nito. One school, two swords. Warriors, both commanders and troopers, carry two swords at their belt. In olden times, these were called the long sword and the sword. Nowadays, they are known as the sword and the companion sword. Let it suffice to say that in our land, whatever the reason, a warrior carries two swords at his belt. It is the way of the warrior. Nito Ichiryu shows the advantage of using both swords. The spear and halberd are weapons that are carried out of doors. Students of the Ichi school way of strategy should train from the start with the sword and long sword in either hand. This is the truth. When you sacrifice your life, you must make fullest use of your weaponry. It is false not to do so, and to die with a weapon undrawn. If you hold a sword with both hands, it is difficult to wield it freely to left and right. So my method is to carry the sword in one hand. This does not apply to large weapons such as the spear or halberd, but swords and companion swords can be carried in one hand. It is encumbering to hold a sword in both hands when you are on horseback, when running on uneven roads, on swampy ground, muddy rice fields, stony ground, or in a crowd of people. To hold the long sword in both hands is not the true way. For if you carry a bow or spear or other arms in your left hand, you have only one hand free for using the long sword. However, when it is difficult to cut an enemy down with one hand, you must use both hands. It is not difficult to wield a sword in one hand. The way to learn this is to train with two long swords, one in each hand. bows are difficult to draw, halberds are difficult to wield. As you become accustomed to the bow,
There she is.
so your pull will become stronger.
Almost forgot
When
her
you
name.
become used to wielding the longsword,
You want
will
to see
be
the
able
sword?
the way and wield the sword well.
Who's that will of the
As I will
sword?
explain in the second book, The Water,
I'll show you.
there is no fast way of wielding the longsword. The longsword should be wielded broadly, and the companion sword close. This is the first thing to realize.
Some privacy for a moment.
School, you can win with a longsword, and yet you can also win with a short weapon. In short, the way of the Ichi school is the spirit of winning, for the weapon and whatever its size. It is better to use two swords rather than one when you are fighting in a crowd, and especially if you want to take a prisoner. These things cannot be explained in detail. From one thing, know 10,000 things. When you attain the way of strategy, there will not be one thing you cannot see. You must study hard. The benefits of the two characters reading strategy. Masters of the longsword are called strategists. As for the other military arts, those who master the bow are called archers. Those who master the spear are called spearmen. Those who master the gun are called marksmen. Those who master the halberd are called halberdiers. But we do not call masters of the way of the longsword longswordsmen, nor do we speak of companion swordsmen, because bows, guns, spears, and halberds are all warriors' equipment. They are certainly forms of strategy. To master the
That's
virtue
who you
of the
can thank for
longsword
tonight's
is to govern the world and
action.
oneself. Thus, the longsword is the basis of strategy. The principle is strategy by means of the longsword.
That's who
If he
causes
attains the
chaos
virtue of the
today.
longsword, one man can beat 10 men. Just as one man can beat 10, so men can beat 1,000, and 1,000 men can beat 10,000. In my strategy, one man is the same as 10,000. So this strategy is the complete warrior's craft. The way of the warrior does not include other ways.
She took the N off, so I'll just cover it
Buddhism,
anyways.
certain traditions, artistic accomplishments, and dancing. But even though these are not part of the way, if you know the way broadly, you'll see it in everything. Men must polish their particular way.
That's who's in charge of your shit right now, dude.
Strategy. There is a time and place for use of weapons. The best use of the companion sword is in a confined space, when you are engaged closely with an opponent. The longsword can be used effectively in all situations. The halberd is inferior to the spear on the battlefield. With the spear, you take the initiative. The halberd is defensive. In the hands of one of two
Did
men
I
of equal
make
ability,
you
the spear gives a little extra strength.
do your thing?
Spear and halberd both have their uses, but neither is very beneficial in confined spaces.
Do you
They
like
cannot
my
be used for taking a prisoner. They are essentially weapons for the field. Anyway, if you learn indoor techniques, you will think
I wonder how
narrowly
many
and forget
baby
the
cops
actual
have been
way.
in her mouth.
Thus, you have activity in actual encounters. The bow is tactically strong at the commencement of battles, especially battles on a moor, as it is possible to shoot quickly from among the spearmen. However, it is
Not
unsatisfactory in seasons or when the enemy is more than 40 yards away. For this reason, there are nowadays few traditional schools of archery. There is little use nowadays for this kind of skill. From inside fortifications, the gun has no equal among weapons. It is the supreme weapon on the field.
We're in hell, so I got you to hide.
But once swords are crossed, the gun becomes useless. One of the virtues of the bow is that you can see the arrows in front to correct your aim accordingly, whereas gunshot cannot be seen. You must appreciate the importance of this. Just as a horse must have endurance and no defects, so it is with weapons. Horses should walk strongly, and swords and companion swords should cut strongly. Spears and halberds must weapons must be sturdy. Weapons should be hardy and decorative. You should not have a favorite weapon. To become over-familiar with one weapon is as much a fault as not knowing it sufficiently well. You should not copy others, but use weapons which you can handle properly. It is bad for commanders and troops to have likes and dislikes. These are things you must learn thoroughly. Timing in strategy. There is timing in everything. Timing in strategy cannot be mastered without a great deal of practice. Timing is important in dancing and pipe or string music.
I mean, how does that
For
feel
they are
to
in
be
rhythm
fucked with
only
by a
if
potato?
timing is good. Timing and rhythm are also involved in the military arts, shooting bows and guns and riding horses. In all skills and abilities, there is timing. There is also timing in the void. There is timing in the whole life of the warrior, in his thriving and declining, in his harmony and discord. Similarly, there is timing in the way of the merchant, in the rise and fall of capital. All things entail rising and falling timing. You must be able to discern this. In strategy, there are various timing considerations. From the outset, you must know the applicable timing and the inapplicable timing. And from among the large and small things, and the fast and slow timings, find the relevant timing. First, seeing the distance
Put the
timing and
plastic
the
toy
background timing.
down.
This is the
Or
main thing
stupid.
in strategy. It is especially important to know the background timing. Otherwise, your strategy will become uncertain. You win in battles with the timing in the void, born of the timing of cunning by knowing the enemy's timing. And this is the timing which the enemy does not expect. All the 5 books are chiefly concerned with timing. You must train sufficiently to appreciate all this. If you practice day and night in the Chi school strategy, your spirit will naturally broaden. Thus is large-scale strategy and the strategy of hand-to-hand combat propagated in the world. This is recorded for the first time in the 5 books of ground, water, fire, tradition, wind, and void. This is the way for men who want to learn my strategy. Do not think dishonestly. The way is in training. Become acquainted with every art. Know the ways of all professions. Distinguish between gain and loss in worldly matters. Develop intuitive judgment and understanding for everything. Perceive those things which cannot be seen. Pay attention even to trifles. Do nothing which is of no use.
Is that your salute?
It is important to start by setting these broad principles in your heart and treat the way of strategy. If you do not look at these things on a large scale, it will be difficult for you to master strategy. If you learn and attain this strategy, you will never lose, even to 20 or 30 enemies. Another thing, to start with, you must set your heart on strategy and earnestly stick to the way. You will come to be able to actually beat men in fights, and be able to win with your eye. Also, by training, you will be able to freely control your own body, conquer men with your body, and with sufficient training, you will be able to beat 10 men with your spirit. When you have reached this point, will it not mean that you are invincible? Moreover, in large-scale strategy, the superior man will manage many subordinates dexterously, bear himself correctly, govern the country and foster the people, thus preserving the ruler's discipline. If there is a way involving the spirit of not being defeated, to help oneself and gain honor, it is the way of strategy. The 2nd year of Shogun, 1645, the 5th month, the 12th day, Shinmen Masashi. The water bow. The spirit of Nitenni's school of strategy is based on water, and this water bow
Tomorrow's
explains
the
methods
ball
of
day.
victory as the longsword form of Language does not extend to explaining the way in detail, but it can be grasped intuitively.
We can put a
Study
date on
this
it.
book, read a word, then ponder on it. If you interpret the meaning loosely, you will mistake the
5,
way.
11.
The principles of strategy are written down in terms of single combat, but you must think broadly so that you can attain an understanding for 10,000 aside battles. Strategy is different from other things in that if you mistake the way even a little, you will become bewildered and fall into bad ways. If you merely read this book, you will not reach the way of strategy. Absorb the things written in this book. Do not just read, memorize, or imitate, so that you realize the principle from within your own heart. Study hard to absorb these things into your body. Spiritual bearing in strategy. In strategy, your spiritual bearing must not be any different from normal. Both in fighting and in everyday life, you should be determined, though calm. Meet the situation without tenseness, yet not recklessly. Your spirit settled, yet relaxed. Even when your spirit is calm, do not let your body relax. And when your body is relaxed, do not let your spirit slacken. Do not let your spirit be influenced by your body, or your body influenced by your spirit. Be neither insufficiently spirited nor over-spirited. An elevated spirit is weak, and a low spirit is weak. Do not let the enemy see your spirit. Small people must be completely familiar with the spirit of large people, and large people must be familiar with the spirit of small people. Whatever your size, do not be misled by the reactions of your own body. Your spirit is open and unrestricted. Look at things from a high point of view. You must cultivate your wisdom and spirit. Polish your wisdom. Learn public justice. Distinguish between good and evil. Study the ways of different arts one by one. When you cannot be deceived by men, you will have realized the wisdom of strategy. Stance in strategy. Adopt a stance with the head erect, neither hanging down nor looking up, nor twisted. Your forehead and the space between your eyes should not be wrinkled. Do not roll your eyes nor allow them to be, but slightly narrow them. With your features composed, keep the line of your nose straight with the feeling of slightly flaring your nostrils. Hold the line of the rear of your neck straight. Instill vigor into your hairline, and in the same way from the shoulders down through your entire body. Lower both shoulders and, without the buttocks jutting out, put strength into your legs from the knees to the tops of your toes. Brace your abdomen so that you do not bend at the hips. Wedge your companion's sword in your belt against your abdomen so that your belt is not slack. This is called wedging in. In all fields of strategy, it is necessary to maintain the combat stance in everyday life, and to make your everyday stance your combat stance. You must research this well. Gaze in strategy. The gaze should be large and broad. This is the twofold gaze, perception and sight. Perception is strong, and sight weak. In strategy, it is important to see distant things as if they were close, and to take a distance view of close things. It is important in strategy to know the enemy's sword, and not to be distracted by insignificant movements of the sword. You must study this. The gaze is the same for single combat and for large-scale combat. It is necessary in strategy to be able to look to both sides without moving the eyeballs. You cannot master this ability quickly. Learn what is written here. Use this gaze in everyday life, and do not vary it, whatever happens. Holding the longsword. Grip the longsword with a rather floating feeling in your thumb and forefinger, with the middle finger neither tight nor slack, and with the last two fingers clay in your hands. When you take up a sword, you must feel intent on cutting the enemy. As you cut an enemy, you must not change your grip, and your hands must not cower. When you dash the enemy's sword aside or ward it off, or force it down, you must slightly change the feeling in your thumb and forefinger. Above all, you must be intent on cutting the enemy in the way you grip the sword. The grip for combat and for sword testing is the same. There is no such thing as a man-cutting grip. Generally, I dislike fixedness in both long swords and hands. Fixedness means a dead hand. Pliability is a living hand. You must bear this in mind. Footwork. With the tips of your toes somewhat floating, tread firmly with your heels. Whether you move fast or slow with your small steps, your feet must always move as in normal walking. I dislike the three walking methods known as jumping foot, floating foot, and fixed steps. So-called yin-yang foot is important to the way. Yin-yang foot means not moving only one foot. It means moving your feet left, right, and right left when cutting, withdrawing, or warding off a cut. You should not move one foot progressively. The 5 attitudes. The 5 attitudes are upper, middle, lower, right side, and left side. These are the 5. All classic has these 5 dimensions. The one purpose of all of them is to cut the enemy. There are none but these 5 attitudes. Whatever attitude you are in, do not be conscious of making the attitude. Think only of cutting. Your attitude should be large or small according to the situation. Upper, lower, and middle attitudes are decisive. Left and right side attitudes are fluid. Left and right attitudes should be used if there is an obstruction overhead or to one side. The decision to use left or right depends on the place. The essence of the way is this. To understand attitude, you must thoroughly understand the middle attitude. The middle attitude is the heart of the attitudes. If we look at strategy on a broad scale, the middle attitude is the seat of the commander, with the other 4 attitudes following the command. You must appreciate this. The way of the
I
long
think I don't have a fucking sound
Knowing the way of the long
system that
sword means we can wield with 2 fingers
fucking
the
alerts me
sword
to
that we
motion.
usually carry. If we know the parts well, we can wield it easily.
Kidding me, dog.
If you try to wield the long sword quickly, you will mistake the way. To wield the long
Upgrade
sword
by a
well,
fucking
you must
bootlegger.
wield it calmly. If you try to wield it quickly, like a folding short sword, you will err by using short sword chopping. You cannot cut a man with a long sword using this method. When you have cut downwards with the long sword, lift it straight upwards. Sideways, return the sword along the sideways path.
Movement.
Return the sword in a reasonable way, always stretching the elbows broadly.
It's all covered.
Wield the sword strongly. This is the way of the long sword. If you learn to use the 5 approaches of my strategy, you will be able to wield the sword well. You must train constantly.
Give me 5 magics.
The 5
Alchemy,
approaches.
wizardry, sorcery,
Is
thermology.
the middle attitude. Confront the enemy with the point of your
Let my
sword against his
vector force
face. When he attacks,
absorb all
dash the
your
sword to the
energy.
right and ride it. Or when the enemy attacks, deflect the point of his sword by hitting downwards. Keep your longsword where it is, and as the enemy renews the attack, cut his arms.
You think I'm fucking scared?
This is the first method. The 5 approaches are this kind of thing. You must train quickly using a longsword in order to learn them.
I must be over the target, huh?
Longsword, and you will be able to control any attack the enemy makes. I assure you, there are no attitudes other than the 5 attitudes of the longsword, being told.
My sword is long.
In the second approach,
You know how powerful I
on the
am.
upper attitude, cut the enemy just as he attacks. If the enemy evades the cut, keep your sword where it is.
Do you?
Scooping from below cut him as he renews the attack. It is possible to repeat the cut from here. In this method, there are various changes in timing and spirit. You will be able to understand this by training each score. You will always win with the 5 longsword methods. You must train repeatedly. In the third approach, adopt the lower attitude, anticipating scooping up. When the enemy attacks, hit his hands from below. As you do so, he may try to hit your sword down. If this is the case, cut his upper arms horizontally with a feeling of crossing. This means that from the lower attitude, hit the enemy in the instant that he attacks. You encounter this method often, both as a beginner and in later strategy. You must train holding a longsword. In the fourth approach, adopt the left side attitude. As the enemy attacks, hit his hands from below. If, as you hit his hands, he attempts to dash down your sword with the feeling of hitting his hands, parry the path of his longsword and cut across from above your shoulder. This is the way of the longsword. Through this method, you win by parrying the line of the enemy's attack. You must
Light him up, motherfucker.
In the fifth approach, the sword is
Light
at the
him
right
the fuck
side
up.
attitude. In accordance with the enemy's attack, cross your sword
Do you
from
see
below
who's
with
getting
the side
fucking
of the
attacked
upper
right
attitude,
now?
then cut straight from above. This method is essential for knowing the way of the longsword well. If you can use this method, you can freely wield a heavy longsword. I cannot describe in detail how to use these 5 approaches. You must become well acquainted with my In Harmony with the Longsword way, learn large-scale technique, understand the enemy's longsword.
Hey, look, I got the Cabal aiming at your town.
You will always win by using these 5 methods, with various timing considerations discerning the enemy's spirit.
Well, thank you.
Always carefully.
Thank you for coming out of the
The
woodwork.
attitude, no attitude teaching. Attitude, no attitude means that there is no need for what are known as longsword attitudes. Even so, attitudes exist as the 5 ways of holding the longsword. However you hold the sword, it must be in such a way that it is easy to cut the enemy well, in accordance with the situation, the place, and your relationship with the enemy. From the upper attitude,
Say I'm about 7 billion strong. You may have a billion.
And from the middle attitude, you can raise the sword a little in your technique and adopt
I
the
doubt
upper
you have
attitude.
that. Maybe 3.
You can raise the sword a little and adopt the middle attitudes as the occasion demands. According to the situation, if you turn your sword from either the left side or right side attitude
It's
towards
a
the
fucking
center,
holy war I
middle or
want.
lower attitude results. The principle of this is called existing attitude, non-existing attitude. The primary thing when you take a sword in your hands is your intention to cut the enemy, whatever the means. When you aim, hit, spring, strike or touch the enemy's cutting sword, you must cut the enemy in the same movement. It is essential to attain this. If you think only of hitting, springing, striking or touching him, you will not be able to actually cut him. More than anything, you must be thinking of carrying your movement through to cutting him. You must thoroughly research this. Attitude and strategy on a larger scale is called battle array. Such attitudes are all for winning battles. Fixed formation is bad. Study this well. To hit the enemy in one timing. In one timing means when you have closed with the enemy, to hit him as quickly and directly as possible, without moving your body or settling your spirit, while you see that he is still undecided. The timing of hitting before the enemy decides to withdraw, break or hit is this in one timing. You must train to achieve this timing, to be able to hit in the timing of an instant. The abdomen timing of 2. When you attack and the enemy quickly retreats, as you see him tense, you must feint a cut. Then, as he relaxes, follow up and hit him. destruction. No design, no conception. In this moment, when the enemy attacks and you decide to attack, hit with your body and hit with your spirit, and hit from the void with your hands, accelerating strongly. This is the no design, no conception cut. This is the most important method of hitting. It is often
I didn't know a
used,
fucking potato could do
but
so much
hard
damage.
to understand it. The flowing water cut. The flowing water cut is used when you are struggling blade to blade with the enemy. When he breaks and quickly withdraws, trying to spring with his longsword, expand your body and spirit and cut him as slowly as possible with your longsword, following your body like stagnant water. You can cut with certainty if you learn this. You must discern the enemy's grade. Continuous cut. When you attack and the enemy also attacks, your swords stick together. In one action, cut his head, hands, and legs. When you cut several places with one sweep of the longsword, it is the continuous cut. You must practice this cut. It is often used. With detailed practice, you should be able to understand it. The fire and stones cut. The fire and stones cut means that when the enemy's longsword and your longsword clash together, you cut as strongly as possible without raising the sword even a little. This means cutting quickly with the hands, body, and legs, all three cutting strongly. If you train well enough, you will be able to strike strongly. The red leaves cut. The red leaves cut means
You're
knocking
fucking
down the
fighting
enemy's
right
sword.
now and you're fucking
The
own
spirit
shit.
should be getting control of his sword.
Your own
When the
fucking.
enemy is in a longsword attitude in front of you
Sure.
and intent on cutting, hitting free, you should strongly hit the enemy's sword with the fire and stones cut, perhaps in the design of the no design, no conception cut. If you then beat down the point of his sword with a sticky feeling, he will necessarily drop the sword. If you practice this cut, it becomes easy to make the enemy drop his sword. You must train repetitively. The body in place of the longsword. Also, the longsword in place of the body. Usually, we move the body and sword at the same time to cut the enemy. However, according to the enemy's cutting method, you can dash against him with your body first, and afterwards cut with the sword. If his body is movable, you can cut first with the longsword, but generally you hit first with the body and then cut with the longsword. You must research this well and practice hitting. Cut and slash.
I'm getting out of this, and they're laughing at it too.
Cutting, whatever form of cutting it is decisive with a resolute spirit. Slashing is nothing more than touching the enemy. Even if you slash strongly, and even if the enemy dies instantly, it is slashing. When you cut, your spirit is resolved. You must appreciate this. If you first slash the enemy's hands or legs, you must then cut strongly. Slashing is in spirit the same as touching. When you realize this, they become indistinguishable. Learn this well. Chinese monkey's body. The Chinese monkey's body is the spirit of not stretching out your arms. The spirit is to get in quickly, without in the least extending your arms before the enemy cuts. If you are intent upon not stretching out
Do you
your
realize
arms
how much
way, the
fucking
spirit is to go in
the
with your
Trump
whole
team
body.
is spending right
When
now?
you come to within arm's reach, it becomes easy
At
to
my
move
arm's
your body
reach.
in. You must research this well. Glue and lacquering body. The spirit of
Don't
glue
you
and
know,
lacquering
motherfucker, there's
is to
towers
stick to the
everywhere,
enemy
so.
and not separate from him. When you approach the enemy, stick firmly with your head, body, and legs. People tend to approach the head and legs quickly, but their body lags behind. You should stick firmly so that there is not the slightest gap between the enemy's body and your body. You must consider this carefully. Strive for height. By to strive for height is meant when you close with the enemy, to strive with him for superior height without cringing. Stretch
You
your
don't fucking
legs,
think every
stretch your
fucking
hips,
house
stretch
in
your
town
neck, face with him.
that's being hacked
When you think you have won
by the
and you are
government.
higher, thrust in strongly. You must learn this. To apply stickiness. When the enemy attacks and you also attack with the longsword,
You
go
think
in
you're
with a
flying
sticky
slick,
feeling and fix your longsword
but
against
you're not.
the
You're
enemy
just fucking
as you
intimidating
receive his
yourself.
command. The spirit of stickiness is not hitting very strongly, but hitting so that the longswords do not separate easily. It is best to approach as calmly as possible when hitting the enemy's longsword with stickiness. The difference between stickiness
You hear
and
me repeat what I'm saying?
is that stickiness is firm and entanglement is weak. You must appreciate this. The body strike.
I am the
The
ice
body
wall.
strike means to approach the enemy through a gap in his guard. The spirit is to strike him with your body. Turn your face a little aside and strike the enemy's breast with your left shoulder thrust out. Approach with the spirit of bouncing the enemy away, striking as strongly as possible in time with your breathing. If you achieve this method of closing with the enemy, you will be able to knock him 10 or 20 feet away. It is possible to strike the enemy until he is dead. Train well. 3 ways to parry his attack. There are 3 ways to parry a cut. First, by dashing the enemy's long sword to your right, as if thrusting at his eyes when he makes an attack. Or to parry by thrusting the
They're
enemy's
just
long
supplying
sword
them
towards
blood
his right
from the
eye
south.
with a
That's
feeling
all
of
they're
sticking
doing.
his neck. Or when you have a short long sword, without worrying about parrying
They gotta
the
have their
enemy's long
supply.
sword, to close with him quickly, thrusting at his face with your left hand. These are the 3 ways of parrying. You must bear in mind that you can always clench your left hand and thrust at the enemy's face with your fist. For this, it is necessary to train well. To stab at the face. To stab at the face means you are in confrontation with the enemy, that your spirit is intent on stabbing at his face, following the line of the blades with the point of your longsword. If you are intent on stabbing at his face and body will become rideable. When the enemy becomes rideable, there are various opportunities for winning. You must concentrate on this. When fighting and the enemy's body become as if rideable, you can win quickly, so you want to forget to stab at the face. You must pursue the value of this technique through training.
I am nobody. I am nothing. And I have more power than you.
Means when fighting, that there are obstructions above or to the sides, and whenever it is difficult to cut, to thrust at the enemy. You must stab at the enemy's breast without letting the point of your longsword waver.
I got a
Showing
fucking
the enemy
cabinet
the
that was
ridge of
made
blade square off, and with the spirit of
68.
deflecting his
in my
longsword.
desk. Must have been made in the
The spirit of this
70s.
principle is often useful
From the
when
same
we become
place I was
tired
born.
or for some reason our longsword will not cut. You must understand the application of this method. To scold, tut tut. Scold means that when the enemy tries to countercut as you attack,
I am nobody, nothing, but you waste so much time. Why is that? Because I'm on the
in a
target.
quick timing you cut, scolding the enemy. Thrust up.
When you're over the target, they scream the loudest.
This timing is
Scream
attempted
you
time and
with
time
your
again.
demon
in exchange of
scream.
blows. To scold, tut tut, is to time the cut simultaneously with raising your longsword as
If
if
you're
to
even
thrust the enemy.
a fucking real
You must
person
learn
anymore.
this through repetitive practice. The smacking. By smacking parry is meant that when you clash swords with the enemy, you meet his attacking cut on your longsword with a ti-dum rhythm, smacking his sword and cutting him. The spirit of the smacking parry is to parry
You see me
or
say that
smacking
little
strongly,
black girl's
but
butt?
smacking the enemy's sword
She
in
was
accordance
getting
with his
beat up.
attacking cut, primarily intent
I had to go
on
stand
cutting
up to a grown man today.
If you understand the timing of smacking, however hard your long swords clash together, your sword will
I told his ass to go back inside. You seen it?
You must research sufficiently to realize this.
Your spies are
There
unreal.
are many enemies. There are many enemies, of which you are fighting one against many. Draw both sword and companion sword, and
Jesus
assume a
never
wide
left.
stretched left and right attitude. The spirit is to chase the enemies around from side to side, even though they come from 4 directions. Observe their attacking order,
This is hell.
and go to meet first those who attack first. Sweep your eyes around broadly, carefully examining the attacking order, and cut left and right alternately with your swords. Waiting is bad. Always quickly reassume your attitudes to both sides. Cut the enemies down as they advance, crushing them in the direction from which they attack. Whatever you do, you must drive the enemies together, as if tying a line of fish in it, and when they are seen to be piled up, cut them down strongly, without giving them room to move. The advantage when coming to blows. You can know how to win through strategy with the longsword, but it cannot be clearly explained in writing. You must practice diligently in order to understand how to win. Oral tradition. The true way of strategy is revealed in the longsword. One cut. You can win with certainty with the spirit of one cut. It is difficult to attain this if you do not learn strategy well. If you train well in this way, strategy will come from your heart and you will be able to win at will. You must train diligently. Direct communication. The spirit of direct communication is how the true way of the Nito Ichi school is received and handed down. Oral tradition.
Have you seen the fireballs? The Vector Force fireballs? Have they come to you yet?
Sword fighting. To learn how to win with the
No.
sword in strategy, first learn the 5 approaches and the 5
Katie
attitudes,
knows about them.
and absorb
Ask
the
the
way of the
Haitians.
longsword naturally in your body. You must understand spirit and timing. Handle the longsword naturally, and move body and legs in harmony with your spirit. Whether beating one man or 2, you will then know values in strategy.
That's why I don't fear you.
Study
You know how
contents,
powerful that is?
taking one item at a time, and through fighting with enemies, you will gradually come to know the principle of the way.
Soon I will conquer your
With
country.
a patient spirit,
I will be king
absorb
of
the
it.
virtue of all this, from time to time raising your hand in combat. Maintain this
Look at my
spirit whenever you
gematria.
cross swords with an enemy.
Your own cabal. Look
Step
at
by
it.
Walk the 1,000-mile road. Study strategy over the years and achieve the spirit of the group. Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Next, in order to beat more skillful
Country will be
train
mine.
according to this book, not allowing your heart to be swayed along a side track. If you attain this way of victory, then you will be able to beat several tens of men. What remains is sword fighting ability, which you can attain in battles and duels. The 2nd year of Shoho, the 12th day of the 5th month, 1645. Shinmen Musashi. The Firebook. In this, the Firebook of the Nito Ichi School of Strategy, I describe
How many
fighting
there
as fire. In the first place,
are under their
we
original
think
QAnon?
narrowly about the benefit of strategy. By using only their fingertips, they only know the benefit of 3 of the 5 inches of the wrist. They let a contest be decided, as with the folding fan, merely
I
by
know
the
your
span of their
secrets.
forearms. They specialize in the small matter of dexterity, learning such trifles as hand and leg movements with the bamboo practice sword. In my strategy, the training for killing enemies is done by way of many contests, fighting for survival, discovering the meaning of life and death, learning the way of the sword, judging the strength of attacks, and understanding the way of the edge and ridge of the sword. You cannot profit from small techniques, particularly when full armor is worn. My way of strategy is the sure method to win when fighting for your life, one man against 5 or 10. There is nothing wrong with the principle. One man can beat 10, 2,000 men can beat 10,000. You must research this. Of course, you cannot assemble 1,000 or 10,000 men for everyday training, but you can become a master of strategy by training alone.
So this is
So
jihad.
that you can understand the enemy's strategies, his strength and resources, and come to appreciate how to apply strategy to beat 10,000 enemies. Any man who wants to master the aspect of strategy must research diligently, training morning and evening. Thus can he polish his skill, become free from self, and realize extraordinary ability. He will come to possess miraculous power. This is the practical result of strategy. Depending on the place, examine your environment. Stand in the sun. That is, take up an attitude with the sun behind you. If the situation does not allow this, you must try to keep the sun on your right side. In buildings, you must stand with the entrance behind you or to your right. Make sure that your rear is unobstructed and that there is free space on your left, your right side being occupied with your sword attitude. At night, if the enemy can be seen, keep the fire behind you and the entrance to your right, and otherwise keep your attitude as above. You must look down on the enemy and take up your attitude upon slightly higher places. For example,
Those
a captain
motherfuckers got their fucking weapons aimed right at my shit.
when the fight comes, always endeavor to chase the enemy around to your left side. Chase him towards awkward places and try to keep him with his back to awkward places. When the enemy gets into an inconvenient position, do not let him go around, but conscientiously chase him around and pin him down. In houses, chase the enemy into the thresholds, lintels, doors, verandas, pillars, and so on. Again, not letting him see his situation. Always chase the enemy into bad footholds, obstacles at the side, and so on, using the virtues of the place to establish dominant positions from which to fight. You must research and train in this. The 3 methods to forestall the enemy. The first is to forestall him by attacking. This is called Ken no Sen, to set him up. Another method is to forestall him as he attacks. This is called Tai no Sen, to wait for the initiative. The other method is when you and the enemy attack together. This is called Tai no Sen, to accompany him and forestall him. There are no methods of taking the lead other than these 3. Because you can win quickly by taking the lead, it is one of the most important things in strategy.
Destroy those Luciferians.
Taking the lead. You must make the best of the situation. See through the enemy's spirit so that you grasp his strategy and defeat him. It is impossible to write about this in detail. The first, Ken no Sen. When you decide to attack, keep calm and dash in quickly, forestalling the enemy. Or you can advance seemingly strongly, but with a reserve spirit.
Evil alone should
forestalling
be
him
punished.
with the reserve. Alternatively,
Not
and when you reach the enemy, move with your feet a little quicker than normal, unsettling him and overwhelming him sharply. Or, with your spirit calm, attack with a feeling of constantly crushing the enemy from first to last. The spirit is to win in the depths of the enemy. These are all Ken no Sen. The second, Tai no Sen. When the enemy attacks, remain undisturbed, but feign weakness. As the enemy reaches you, suddenly move away, indicating that you intend to jump aside. Then dash in, attacking strongly as soon as you see the enemy relax. This is one. Or, as the enemy attacks, attack more strongly, taking advantage of the resulting disorder in his timing to win. Tai no Sen principle. The third Tai no Sen. When the enemy makes a quick attack, you must
Got me
attack
fucking
strongly
reading languages
and
I don't even fucking
aim for his weak
understand.
point as he draws near,
But somehow or another I'm able to make out what I need.
If he attacks calmly, you must observe his movement and, with your body rather floating, join in with his movements as he draws near. Move quickly and cut him strongly. This is Tai no Sen. These things cannot be clearly explained in words. You must research what is written here. In these three ways of forestalling, you must judge the situation. This does not mean that you always attack first, but if the enemy attacks first, you can lead him around. In strategy, you have effectively won when you forestall the enemy, so you must train well to attain this. To hold down a pillow. To hold down a pillow means not allowing the enemy's head to rise. In contests of strategy, it is bad to be led about by the enemy. You must always be able to lead the enemy about. Obviously, the enemy will also be thinking of doing this, but he cannot forestall you if you do not allow him to come out. In strategy, you must stop the enemy as he attempts to cut. You must push down his throat and throw off his hold when he tries to grapple. This is the meaning of to hold down a pillow. When you have grasped this principle, whatever the enemy tries to bring about in the fight, you will see in advance and suppress it. The spirit is to check his attack at the syllable at. When he jumps, check his advance at the syllable jerk, and check his cut at cut. The important thing in strategy is to dismiss the enemy's useful actions, but allow his useless actions. However, doing this alone is defensive. First, you must act according to the way. Suppress the enemy's techniques, foiling his plans, hence command him directly. When you can do this, you will be a master of strategy. You must train well and research holding down a pillow. Crossing at a ford. Crossing at a ford means, for example, crossing the sea at a strait, or crossing over 100 miles of broad sea at a crossing place. I believe this crossing at a ford occurs often in a man's life. It means setting sail even though your friends stay in harbour, knowing the routes, knowing the soundness of your ship and the favour of the day. When all the conditions are met and there is perhaps a favourable wind or a tailwind, then set sail. If the wind changes within a few miles of your destination, you must row across the remaining distance without sail. If you attain this spirit, it applies to everyday life. You must always think of crossing as a ford. In strategy also, it is important to cross at a ford. Discern the enemy's capability and, knowing your own strong points, cross the ford at the advantageous place, as a good captain crosses a sea route. If you succeed in crossing at the best place, you may take your ease. To cross at a ford means to attack the enemy's weak points and put yourself in an advantageous position. This is how to win in large-scale strategy. The spirit of crossing at a ford is necessary in both large and small-scale strategy. You must research this well. To know the times. To know the times means to know the enemy's disposition in battle. Is it flourishing or waning? By observing the spirit of the enemy's men and getting the best position, you can work out the enemy's disposition and move your men accordingly. You can win through this principle of strategy, fighting from a position of advantage. When in a duel, you must forestall the enemy and attack. You have first recognized his school of strategy, perceived his quality and his strong and weak points. Attack in an unsuspected manner, knowing his meter and modulation and the appropriate timing. Knowing the times means, if your ability is high, seeing right into things. If you are thoroughly conversant with strategy, you will recognize the enemy's intention and thus have many opportunities to win. You must sufficiently study these. To tread down the sword. To tread down the sword is a principle often used in strategy. First, in large-scale strategy, when the enemy first discharges bows and guns and then attacks, it is difficult for us to attack if we are busy loading powder into our guns or notching our arrows. The spirit is to attack quickly while the enemy is still shooting with bows or guns. The spirit is to win by treading down as we receive the enemy's attack. In single combat, we cannot get a decisive victory by cutting with a tidum feeling in the wake of the enemy's attacking longsword. We must defeat him at the start of his attack, in the spirit of treading him down with the feet, so that he cannot rise again to the attack. Treading does not simply mean treading with the feet. Tread with the body, tread with the spirit, and of course, tread and cut with the longsword. You must achieve the spirit of not allowing the enemy to attack a second time. This is the spirit of forestalling in every sense. Once active, you should not aspire just to strike him, but to cling after the attack. You must study this deeply. To know collapse. Everything can collapse. Houses, bodies, and enemies collapse when their rhythm becomes deranged. In large-scale strategy, when the enemy starts to collapse, you must pursue him without letting the chance go. If you fail to take advantage of your enemy's collapse, they may recover. In single combat, the enemy sometimes loses timing and collapses. If you let this opportunity pass, he may recover and not be so negligent thereafter. Fix your eye on the enemy's collapse and chase him, attacking so that you do not let him recover. You must do this. The chasing attack is with a strong spirit. You must utterly cut the enemy down so that he does not recover his position. You must understand utterly how to cut down the enemy. To become the enemy. To become the enemy means to think yourself into the enemy's position. In the world, people tend to think of a robber trapped in a house as a fortified enemy. However, if we think of becoming the enemy, we feel that the whole world is against us and that there is no escape. He who is shut inside is a pheasant. He who enters to arrest is a hawk. You must appreciate this. In large-scale strategy, people are always under the impression that the enemy is strong and tend to become cautious. But if you have good soldiers, and if you understand the principles of strategy, and if you know how to beat the enemy, there is nothing to worry about. In single combat also, you must put yourself in his position. If you think, here is a master of the way who knows the principles of strategy, then you will surely lose. You must consider this deeply. To release forehands. To release forehands is used when you and the enemy are contending with the same spirit, and the issue cannot be decided. Abandon this spirit and win through with an alternative resource. In hostile strategy, when there is a forehand spirit, do not give up. It is man's existence. Immediately throw away this spirit and win with a technique the enemy does not expect. In single combat, when we think we have fallen into the forehand situation, we must defeat the enemy by changing our mind and applying a suitable technique according to his condition. You must be able to judge this. To move the shade. To move the shade is used when you cannot see the enemy's spirit. In large-scale strategy, when you cannot see the enemy's position, indicate that you are about to attack strongly to discover his resources. It is easy then to defeat him with a different method once you see his resources. In single combat, if the enemy takes up a rear or side attitude of the longsword so that you cannot see his intention, make a feint attack, and the enemy will show his longsword, thinking he sees To hold down a shadow. Holding down a shadow is used when you can see the enemy's attacking spirit. In large-scale strategy, the enemy embarks on an attack. If you make a show of strongly suppressing his technique, he will change his mind. Then, altering your spirit, defeat him by forestalling him with a void spirit. Or, in single combat, hold down the enemy's strong intention with a suitable timing, and defeat him by forestalling him with this timing. You must study this well. To pass on. Many things are said to be passed on. Sleepiness can be passed on, and yawning can be passed on. Time can be passed on also. In large-scale strategy, when the enemy is agitated, shows an inclination to rush, do not mind in the least. Make a show of complete calmness, and the enemy will be taken by this and will become relaxed. When you see that this spirit has been passed on, you can bring about the enemy's defeat by attacking strongly with a void spirit. In single combat, you can win by relaxing your body and spirit, and then, catching on the moment the enemy relaxes, attack strongly and quickly, foiling you. What is known as getting someone drunk is similar to this. You can also infect the enemy with a bored, careless, or weak spirit. You must study this well. To cause a loss of balance. Many things can cause a loss of balance. One cause is danger, another is hardship, and another is surprise. You must research this. In tactical strategy, it is important to cause loss of balance. Attack without warning where the enemy is not expecting it, and while his spirit is undecided, follow up your advantage and, having the lead, defeat him. Or in single combat, start by making a show of being slow, then suddenly attack strongly. Without allowing him space for breath to recover from the fluctuation of spirit, you must grasp the opportunity to win. Get a feel of this. To frighten. Fright often occurs, caused by the unexpected. In large-scale strategy, you can frighten the enemy not by what you present to your eyes, but by shouting, making a small force seem large, or threatening them from the flank without warning. These things all frighten. You can win by making best use of the enemy's frightened rhythm. In single combat also, you must use the advantage of taking the enemy unawares by frightening him with your body, longsword or voice, to defeat him. You should research this well. To soak in. When you have come to grips and are striving together with the enemy, and you realize that you cannot advance, you soak in and become one with the enemy. You can win by applying a suitable technique while you are mutually entangled. In battles involving large numbers, as well as in fights with small numbers, you can often win decisively with the advantage of knowing how to soak into the enemy. Were you to draw apart, you would lose the chance to win. Research this well. To injure the corners. It is difficult to move strong things by pushing directly. You should injure the corners. In large-scale strategy, it is beneficial to strike at the corners of the enemy's force. If the corners are overthrown, the spirit of the whole body will be overthrown. To defeat the enemy, you must follow up the attack when the corners have fallen. In single combat, it is easy to win once the enemy collapses. This happens when you injure the corners of his body, and thus weaken him. It is important to know how to do this, so you must research this deeply. To throw into confusion. This means making the enemy lose resolve. In large-scale strategy, we can use your troops to confuse the enemy on the field. Observing the enemy's spirit, we can make him think, here, there, like that, like this, slow and fast. Victory is certain when the enemy is caught up in a rhythm that confuses his spirit. In single combat, we can confuse the enemy by attacking with varied techniques when the chance arises. Feint a thrust or cut, or make the enemy think you are going to close with him, and when he is confused, you can easily win. This is the essence of fighting, and you must research it deeply. The three shouts. The three shouts are divided thus: before, during, and after. Shout according to the situation. The voice is a thing of life. We shout against fires and so on, against the wind and the waves. The voice shows energy. In large-scale strategy, at the start of battle, we shout as loudly as possible. During the fight, the voice is low-pitched, shouting out as we attack. After the contest, we shout in the wake of our victory. These are the three shouts. In single combat, we make as if to cut and shout, "Hey!" at the same time to disturb the enemy. Then, in the wake of our shout, we cut with the longsword. We shout after we have cut down the enemy. This is to announce victory. This is called Sengo no Koi, before and after voice. We do not shout simultaneously with flourishing the longsword. We shout during the fight to get into rhythm. Research this deeply. To mingle. In battles, when the armies are in confrontation, attack the enemy's strong points, and when you see that they are beaten back, quickly separate and attack yet another strong point on the periphery of his force. The spirit of this is like a winding mountain path. This is an important fighting method for a man against many. Strike down the enemies in one quarter or drive them back, then grasp the timing and attack further strong points to right and left as if on a winding mountain path, weighing up the enemy's disposition. When you know the enemy's level, attack strongly with no trace of retreating spirit. In single combat too, use this spirit with the enemy's strong points. What is meant by mingling is the spirit advancing and becoming engaged with the enemy. It's not withdrawing even one step. You must understand this. To crush. This means to crush the enemy, regarding him as being weak. In large-scale strategy, when we see that the enemy has few men, or if he has many men but his spirit is weak and disordered, we knock the hat over his eyes, crushing him utterly. If we crush lightly, he may recover. You must learn the spirit of crushing, as if with a hand grip. In single combat, if
missed it. Trump opened his own shit. I ain't feeling no shit. Another one? Ooh, is that blown up? It's like, what was that? Oh shit. I wonder how much each one of those cost. About 40,000, 80,000, 150. What is that falling? Something stupid. Get this shit good. Those 9 countries gonna come together. Those 9 countries gonna come together. I can feel it, dude. The bass. You probably wouldn't be going through this if these motherfucking people didn't fuck with me. Let me fucking fight, dude. It made me fight. And all I had to do is use Jesus Christ as my platform. and they all gather like little ants building a hill, but instead it's cicadas. Yeah, I already know I got the most powerful people on earth behind me. So your power means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. See lightning. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I wonder how far. Sounds like a drone. Look at that shit, dude. That looks demon like. That's your fucking fireball. Your fucking vector force. I think we just seen a fucking demon, dude. I would be scared. Let me tell you something. I went into tears when I seen him. Guns to my head by fucking insane people. The, the math. I looked up the math. That damage. I think it's a German professor. I think they built my fucking UFO. It looks like that fucking building. probably already dead. This is probably just a show, part of the show. See, the camera makes it look oval. That's crazy. Maybe it was just on my edge, but what is that like? Is that one of those demons? Nah, because the demons didn't have any glow. This is being dropped. You can tell. It's a flare. Yeah, that's a flare. I know the difference. The demons have no glow. Just a vector contained light. Is this all a show for me? Like how it's coming from behind the cloud. Um, I got hit. That was a hit too. See how dark it went back there? You glow in the domes? Oh, that's a rocket being fired out there. Dude, they got hit. The only thing you do is make me sick. Like I haven't thrown up from the shit I've seen, but I've, I've tasted, I've swallowed the barf. I had this upchuck. So you know how our police train around here. They got cameras directly on my shit. Do you want to play a game? Check this out. Everybody that's been in contact with me fucking can't stand me. Hear my echo? Like a clown. Honk, honk. I am unloaded by one and all. Nobody likes me. They made me homeless. I'd rather be dead. Instead, I'm fucked up in the head. Uh, do you know how fucking retarded I am? Boss. Gematria calculator. Bill and Hillary sacrifice. Adored by public. love me. Smiling faces. Ah, a fucking Pepe. Okay. They got that the diver, didn't they? The holy diver. You guys did that one for me, didn't you? May the sound of my voice drive rockets your way. It's getting lit up. I hear it. They know it's up there. From here to there. Flat Earth theory is alive in this country. And down. That's why you always see a horizon. It's concave because the corpse rotted away. Nothing's left but fucking decay. That right there is an airplane indicator. That right there is an airplane indicator. Yeah, hot spot right here. She's probably tall. That means communication tower. See that shit? Right there and right here is a communication tower. Boom. So that's how they're controlling the shit. Without, you know what? If you shut down the motherfucking internet, they wouldn't be able to control shit. Shut the fucking internet down. God commanded you to shut the ether down. Look at communication tower. Different color lights to mark different color spots. This light goes out. I bet you $100. With a fucking flashing Morse code over there. So white is civilian, and the blue lights are police. You get them to mix in with the authority. These are the most high. So whatever you do, boom. there's under the towers there's concrete foundations. They're fucking like a boat hold fucking manhole, about 15 by 15, something like that, depending on how big the tower is. But this one should be about the same. It drops down about 15, 20 feet. That's where all the electronics are held. What was that? Change of scenery. Vermontria 205. goes the same as the one before. That's what hell looks like. On cue. There's only one reason why a judge wouldn't hear a case about voter fraud. That's because she was voted in by voter fraud. She or he. There's only one reason why a judge wouldn't hear a case about voter fraud. That's because judges voted in by voter fraud. cool want to live in a desert anyways. Tingling. Hooray. Hooray, hooray. Do you know how powerful my cock is? Stop investigating me. I'm just not reading that shit. That's funny as hell. You don't want to be exposed? Dude, make him use more fucking money. Keep on fucking with the defenses. The fuck, you got little fucking twin engine airplanes flying around town? You can only fire that cannon so many times before it breaks. Hey, get rid of the fucking the internet for a day or two so they can take care of business. You get what I'm saying? The internet for a day or two so they can take care of business. What was his name? Beast. Um, Seven Dwarfs. Beast, do you want to play a game? How are your seven dwarfs doing? They need to be rebooted. Did you take the fucking tower out? Or was that a blast? I don't see nothing in the sky. It's just a. Oh, dude, you got hit. Where's getting aimed at, buddy? Fucking, fucking Wi-Fi. I have to fix it. You have to cut the cable, dude. You have to fucking cut the main fucking cable. You're gonna have to cut the main cable, dude. Find the main cable. fucking take their internet. They can't fucking access their shit. You're gonna have to cut the main cable, dude. Fucking cable. Fucking take their internet. They can't fucking access their shit. You're gonna. The main internet cable line. What?
That's tonight. New details from a document produced by Chinese military scientists, where they discuss what kind of SARS coronavirus is 5 years. The book was written by People's Liberation Army scientists and senior Chinese public health officials back in 2015. Describes SARS coronavirus as heralding, and I quote, a new era of genetic weapons. It says they can be actively manipulated into emerging human disease virus, weaponized and unleashed in a way never seen before. One of the authors of this book is the former deputy director of China's Bureau of Epidemics and Beijing, and the editor-in-chief of the paper, Xu Dezhong, a leader of the SARS epidemic development expert group under the Chinese Ministry of Health. He reported to the top leadership of the Chinese military commission and the health ministry during the 2003 SARS crisis every 24 times. He also prepared 3 reports for the General Office of the Communist Party Center
Yeah.
and the General Office.
Sure. And for the CCP. got close to that fucking light. Well, here it comes. I feel it. Boom! You notice I haven't fucking stopped you from posting yet? You should be one of the disabled. You shouldn't make fun of my financial status. You should just been a fucking grown woman and not be alone. It's like trying to make fun of me. Soap is crack-a-lackin'. Crack-a-lack. Crack-a-lack. You got me watching Japanese cartoons made in 1934. God damn you dirty little whore. They like some shit up just for her trolling me. You're gonna bring your whole entire empire down on top of your fucking head. May God show you what the firmament is. May He show you the real Iron Dome.
At you break iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you earn 4 degrees faster in prediction global with over 175 online programs. Exodus, chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brothers, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass, that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service made them serve was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore God did well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. Chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off to wit what would be done to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought it.
You got your camera pointing at the same way. Why is that? You're getting lit up over there, aren't you? I see the light flashing. See, because you're covered by green. That use the clouds as a mirror. And I mean, still, you leave those families alone, I'll leave you alone. Show her that I'm not playing. Show her I'm not playing. Using your to threaten me. Let's call it a terrorist. Using power to intimidate me. Is there Geneva laws on that shit?
$100 truck gold bar for free. You just pay the shipping. No hidden charges, no recurring fees. Just pay.
Video is of the cops killing people at the church.
The shipping influence was begin tonight overseas with an escalation in tension in Jerusalem. A heavy rocket fired from Gaza into southern Israel in the past 2 hours. So far, being taken out of the skies by the Israeli missile defense system known as the Iron Dome. Attack and counterattack between Israelis and Palestinians tactics rising tonight. Military gangs has been provided all day. One of the biggest threats of the Israel-Palestine conflict is that it's been going on for centuries. All about materialism. In fact, vulnerability is involved. Conflicts mostly about humans and people who practice in life. It goes back about a century in the early 1980s. Around that, the creation along the eastern Mediterranean, more colonies were Palestine, under our first, mostly Muslims and Christians, also a small number of Jews who generated proceeding in 2 important ways. First, more people in the region was sensitive not just ethnic Arabs, Palestinians, distinctly. At the same time, not so far away in Europe, more Jews were trying to look at called Zionism, so that Judaism is not just a religion, but a nationality, one that deserves to be shown its own. After centuries of persecution,
while tensions in Jerusalem escalated further today, Hamas militants fired dozens of rockets at Israel, and the Israelis responded with a series of strikes in northern Gaza. Palestinian officials said at least 20 people were killed in the strikes, including 3 children. This is Jerusalem Day, when Israeli nationalists celebrate the 1967 invasion of East Jerusalem. They usually parade through Muslim parts of the old city, but today, Israeli police blocked that route in an effort to avoid further violence. For weeks now, Palestinians have clashed with Israeli forces in the area around the Al-Aqsa Mosque, a holy site the Jews refer to as the Temple Mount. More than 300 Palestinians were injured in those confrontations today alone, along with 21 police officers. Freelance journalist Tears Malcolm joins me now live from Jerusalem. Let's start with that. Israel firing missiles into northern Gaza as Hamas fired over 35 rockets towards Jerusalem. This is according to new reporting now from the IDF, that's the Israeli Defense Force. It comes as tensions continue to ratchet up in the region following what has been a weeks-long state of military conflict. James joins us now from Israel. Details on the ground. Hi, Trey.
Jillian, good afternoon. This was a red line for Israel firing on Jerusalem earlier this evening.
Damn. $2 million.
Introducing Camp AI, the most advanced wearable AI for vision impairment. These tiny device magnetically snaps onto the side of your glasses and reads text to you from any surface. All you have to do is all Camp's innovative smart reading feature works instantly and discreetly with a smart identify objects and help with your mobility. Internet connection, lightweight, intuitive function, in a device that sits at your finger.
Israeli National Security Advisor Mr. told U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan that the Jewish state is handling events from a position of sovereignty and responsibility, regardless of Palestinian provocations. Israel is pushing back against concerns from the Biden administration of the escalating situation in Jerusalem, reportedly urging the United States not to intervene. On Sunday, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke with his counterpart, Israeli National Security Advisor Meir Ben-Shabbat, to express his serious concern over the events of the past few days, including violent confrontations in the Haram al-Sharif, Temple Mount, during the last days of Ramadan, according to a White House readout. Sullivan also urged for calm and said that America is also taking the matter of potential evictions of Palestinian families from their homes in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood. Mr. Sullivan expressed the administration's commitment to Israel's security and to supporting peace and stability throughout the Middle East, and assured Mr. Ben-Shabbat that al menos 20 palestinos mueren en los bombardeos del ejército israelí. Ellos, menores, según el Ministerio de Salud del país árabe,
last episode of the book review, discussed the very first mission that Evil has, that sees him being able to complete matches and sequence. There we saw in detail the consequences of what one might expect to happen from the honest ones inheriting the earth and becoming blessed, to the dishonest ones being cursed to suffer. Also, we talk about other watchers, those who the Being tells us wait with great fear, and thereafter be seized unto the ends of the earth. In today's episode, we continue through the book of Enoch, chapter 68, discussing the details about these very watchers, who they were, what they wanted, and perhaps most importantly, how these evil angels corrupted mankind. The chapter begins to paint us an image of the era, which is in heaven. We are told that it was a time where man had multiplied greatly, and humanity appeared to be on an upward trajectory, with more and more lives being born. This time we are told that the daughters of the men were comely and beautiful, not just in their looks, but in their innocence, their spirit, and their righteousness. It appeared to be a time where if there was sin,
Israeli-Palestinian tensions have spiraled into violence, leading to rockets being fired from the Gaza Strip towards Israel on Monday, as Tel Aviv celebrated Jerusalem Day. Israel responded with airplanes. It's unnecessary. The ongoing clashes between Israel and Palestine are spiraling into a border conflict, with Palestinian militants around the Gaza Strip on Monday firing rockets toward Jerusalem as well as southern Israel. The rockets were fired shortly after a declaration from Gaza's Islamist terrorist Hamas for Israel to withdraw its forces following continued clashes. Israel responded to the rockets with airstrikes. Gaza's health ministry says Palestinians, including 3 children, were killed in northern Gaza. Israel's prime minister warned that such attacks will never be tolerated.
This evening, on Jerusalem, the terrorist organizations in Gaza must have been targeted missiles and constructed Jerusalem. Israel will respond with great force. We will not tolerate attacks on our territory, on our families, on our citizens, on our soldiers.